Like ass is how we're starting this. You sound great, Chaz. Thank you, everybody, so much for tuning in. My name is Jacob, or JC. We deserve to have it start off like that. But welcome to session 133 of our 5th edition campaign, Papihos. I'm joined here by 5 wonderful people: Helminia, James, Alpha, Suzanne, and Jazz. These people have gone through many a tales, some of them a few characters, and we've arrived at the end of our journey. Tonight is going to be a bit of a special night, as it is going to be an epilogue. So rather than focusing on the dice rolls or furthering the plot, this is going to be the player's chance to tie up loose ends, figure out what they need to wrap up, and whether things go well, and, well, finish out their livelihoods. As always, we're still going to have a couple dice rolls, just not as many as you might expect. And I've gotten to spend a week or so with the players and kind of figure out what we're doing. But I think it's time for us to get one final recap in. Where we last left off, the world, Papihos, and the greater material plane, along with the multiverse itself, hung in the balance. The 7 Ascended, you managed to, one by one, pick them apart and tear their souls asunder, absorbing their powers into each of your bodies, becoming champions of the gods in the process, with some of you more willing than others. Eventually, you got an audience with the Divine Pantheon as a shot from Lackham, the final standing member of the 7 Ascended, put a large enough break in the Divine Gate to fuzzy up the edges of each of the planes and allow for many things to happen, such as the god of the sea, Umberly, to escape from the place where she was in the abyss. You pleaded in front of the gods for some of you, for each other's lives, for others, one person's life, and at the end of it all, agreements were unhappily made, and ideas, thoughts were solidified in each of your heads, with one thought being more prevalent than the rest. The hands of Mystra, the goddess of the weave and magic and arcanum itself, must be returned to the Divine Gate in order for safeguarding and to prevent another catastrophe like the Ascended from happening again. And so, the 5 of you headed down onto, back onto the material plane, reconvened with your friends and allies and told them to stay away and safe, and fought the caretaker of sin. The beacon of taboo that had winded the 7 Ascended together into this fighting force. You fought for what seemed like minutes, but in reality stretched into 3 whole days of combat, with shadow forms of the Ascended appearing and taking, piecing apart, tearing rends into each plane that you traveled through. However, the fight could not last forever. One side had to persevere, and with a divine call from Rem, he placed both himself and the caretaker into the Divine Gate. shredding his material body in the process and cementing the safety of the plains. You return the hands to Mystra, and she returned to her form as a fully fledged goddess, no longer an exile from the rest of the pantheon, a full caregiver of the weave. With that, Suna requested one wish, and to do so, she talked to Rem and convinced him to return to where he was needed, even for just a little bit longer, back to the material plane. However, where Rem and the other three went, Suna could not follow, as she was now fully fledged after absorbing the divine shards of Mystra from each of the seven ascended, a fully fledged champion of the Mistress of the Weave. And so, 5 heroes start out against the Caretaker of Sin, and 4 return to the material plane. You each met with your friends and allies, some of them already thinking that you've passed in the fight. However, not all reunions could be happy, as news of Suna not coming back crashed over your allies like a wave breaking against the sandy shore, eroding away the sharp, wonderful taste of victory. However, the material plane must keep turning, as each of you have become essential cogs in the nation of Papihos. There are many things for the 4 of you to do. Of course, the first couple days are spent in general rebuilding, finding the survivors that have both lived in Greywall during the actual apocalypse and those filtering their way slowly back in once the sounds of explosions and the moans of undead have cleared out, and some people eventually travel out of the city to tell the news that quickly sweeps across the land. We won. There are both cheers that line the streets of every shore. The port of Sabline erupts with people swinging from ropes on ships and throwing bottles and party favors into the harbor in celebration. People over in Vikfram wetting the sand with both their drinks and patting it down with their dancing feet. People in Tilvium, the mines ring out with choruses, cheers, and people emerging from the ground, knowing that the air is once again safe. And the rousing battle cry of victory coming from the north in Foremount, where Rachel has managed to lead her people into being a safe fortress from the Ascended. There is also a large period of mourning, do not get me wrong. Tens of thousands of people have died. Greywall's stones are slick with blood, and blood does not easily wash out. The people who have fallen are many, but there is talk among you 4 as one person on the day of your return does not necessarily need to stay among the fallen. Zex, you mentioned to the group that although you're running out of time, you can try to bring someone back. The 4 of you discuss, and I think you need to have a couple conversations. At this point, you guys are standing in the main square. Zex, you do know inside of you, in your gut, this feeling perseveres. There is a soul that is lost that you can save, but your time is short, and you must choose wisely on who you bring back. What are you doing?
We're in the square, you said?
At the moment, the four of you are standing in the square, probably helping clear some rubble, move some crates that have supplies for civilians in them. But the four of you at this moment are a collective.
I'll grab the other three and go looking for Roxy.
Okay. You do know where Roxy is. Gilgamesh is familiar on where she is and actually leads the rest of you to her. She is currently standing alongside, still outside of this moment of the main tent. This large central structure built next to the fountain in Greywall's central square. As she sees each of you, you can see the weathered and worn smile that greets you. It's probably been 3 or so hours after your conversation with her, Gilgamesh. The four of you walk up to the princess.
So when we went to go fight the caretaker, we were each given some abilities. I'm assuming we're in a mildly private place.
You can move to the side. Like, people are swarming the tent, but you have full control if you want to be somewhere a little bit more secluded.
Yes, please. But yeah, when we went to go and fight the caretaker, we were each given a bit of a power, and I was given the ability to cast any spell just once, and because I didn't use it during the fight, I can bring one person back. We were thinking maybe bringing your dad back would be an option, but of course wanted to run it by you first.
I would love to see my father again. And he would be good for everyone to see. Would he? I don't. I don't know how to. How would he? How would he come back? Would he just? Would he just be here, or would it be? Would he know he was?
He would. So we would take some time to cast a ritual, and it's by no means guaranteed. He would have the choice whether or not he wanted to come back, and the spell could still fail, but at the very least, it's a chance.
I think you're very good at taking chances.
Okay. Do you have an hour?
She nods to herself. I am making my own time.
Awesome. Is there a place we can go around here in private to do this?
The castle is quite abandoned if we wanted to go there.
Perfect. In addition, if you have any keepsakes, any personal items that belong to him that were especially like sentimental or valuable to him for whatever reason, that may help tether him to the material plane.
I have an idea. Come on. And she kind of gets a bit of a step in her and kind of pulls you northward and begins heading towards the castle. Are you all following?
It sounds like I'm getting pulled along.
You are.
Yeah, I'm
The rest of us
following.
by choice. Zex, well,
Okay. You move forward, move where you need to go, stepping up to the ruins of the castle as during the Festival of Fire, Gordov sent a meteor crashing into the front of the castle. You can see broken and shattered marble around the entrance to the building. And as the four of you arrive with Roxy in the courtyard, she yells out, just wait here for a moment, and slips into the ruins of the castle herself. A couple, maybe 10-15 minutes go by before she returns with a small, ornate redwood box. Where do you need me to put this?
I'm trying to remember how we did this before. So as we cast the ritual, 3 people will have the opportunity to step forward and attempt to do something that will assist the spell in pulling the soul back to the material plane, if I'm remembering correctly, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, I'll say you just hold on to that for now. Once we get the spell cast, 3 people will have the chance to assist in pulling the soul back. When that happens, just use that box, place it down near or in the ritual circle, and say your piece.
She nods.
Who else is participating in this?
I mean, like, I'll be there, but I don't think I really have much of like mementos or anything.
Mm-hmm.
You have to remember, it's also worth noting that if you don't have a good relationship with the person, if you fail, it could hinder it.
Right.
So, if you think Roxy's the only person with a suitable relationship to the king, maybe that's your best bet, is having her be the person.
The only other person I can think of is like maybe Rem, but that's up to Rem.
Met the dude twice. I got nothing here.
Yeah, that's kind of the bone
Okay.
I'm in.
I
So-
met the guy twice.
Just Roxy then. I'll
totally.
start. I'll pull out. I'm gonna do this with teleportation chalk, just as a means of getting shit onto the floor.
Okay.
And so I'll just draw out the ritual.
It's not how I would do it, but have fun.
You begin tracing out symbols and arcane glyphs on the shattered marble floor. Roxy's eyes kind of follow every movement of the chalk as you dictate where this goes. Drawing symbols that, as soon as you write them out, Zex, you forget what they mean but you know what they must do. As you channel this and begin to cast Resurrection. True.
Yep.
And with that, you watch the symbols and glyphs light up. This multicolored sequence, rather than the radiant light that Rem has demonstrated time and time again, the mass of arcane blue that Suna, your ally and friend, channeled. This is a multicolored ripple of several different schools of magic placing in. And you can feel the energy pulsing outward in small shockwaves that ripples your hair and clothes back. And some of you that are unprepared take a half step back when it starts pulsing. It's incredibly powerful. Zex, you feel like it's ready.
All right. Let's begin, and I'll finish the casting.
You cast this spell, and this mass of wind channels forth. You can see each of these lighting up, and you, in this moment, look towards Roxy, kind of feeling the time is right. And as her eyes meet yours, she steps forward and kind of pulls this case open. Within it is this small, like, golden headband that looks like it doesn't fit her anymore. It looks like it was probably made for her when she was below 10. And as she holds it out over the magic, you can hear her saying or yelling something, but the force of the arcane power is drowning her out. This massive showing of energy, so unlike any of the other magics that Rem has channeled. Now Zex creating this parody of it through a god. However, Zex, I would like you to make an Arcana check.
Okay.
I'm a Roxy Maker thing. Nice.
$18.
18. As you're holding your hand out, keeping the circle going, you get a ping. And this is because it is being channeled through a divine being, specifically the divine being of knowledge. And with it, you are having this feeling, much like the gut feeling of these runes are correct, much like the gut feeling of the incantation is working, you have a gut feeling that you need to shift the nature of this spell. Now, resurrection magic is normally known as an evocation or a twist on necromancy. However, you're being filled with the gut feeling at this moment to shift the primary school of magic, and you know that while channeling this magic through the gods, you can do it, to shift it to divination. Do you do so?
And I know I should do this.
It is the same gut feeling that has possessed you to know that the runes are correct, to know that the incantation is working. You are now being given in a similar vein that you need to shift the nature of this spell.
I'll do it.
As you do, your hand moves to the side, and as if responding to it, all of the outward force plunges inward. And Roxy, who is currently standing right next to it, you can feel it almost kind of like become this reverse suction where she loses control. Her grip on the box slips, and she falls down on her hands and knees looking into the glyph, and all of it shears over like this massive dense layer of ice. All of you make strength saving throws.
I thought I didn't have to roll.
I
Roll
lied.
any dice
didn't
today.
have
I-
don't have any dice.
I lied.
I hate it when I roll dice and my dice roll.
Why do I gotta?
I can roll for you. I'm just gonna be
They were
rolling a
gonna do this
d12.
to me.
11.
Y'all are rolling dice? What kind of losers?
They were
That's
gonna
what
do
I'm
this to me,
saying.
bro. They were gonna put me in the damn air compression chamber.
You said strength saving
Strength
throw?
saving throw.
Awesome. That's
You
good.
see, you evil man.
Looks fine. It's something.
28.
Okay.
I'm crazy. I'm so strong.
28, 11. Rem?
7.
7.
The princess rolled higher than me.
Nime? You hear Jazz just rumbling around getting dice.
Also,
Yes,
JC,
yes, I'm
you,
rumbling around getting dice. I didn't expect to have to roll dice.
You never
What am
put
I
on your
rolling for?
shades.
Okay, is this where I announce that I've like actually fully moved and that's why the lighting and everything's different? I don't. My glasses are packed somewhere, but I can go and get them near the end of stream. I don't know where they are.
You better at least have water, because I redeemed a hydrant.
I do have
Yeah,
water.
yeah.
I'll do that while Jazz is rolling. I
What
did
am I
already.
rolling?
Strength
A strength saving throw.
Oh shit, I'm good at that.
That's what I'm saying.
And here's for you, Mangle.
26.
Nice. As Nime and Gilgamesh are able to resist the pull of it, the other two of you are pulled closer and kind of off balance. And as such, Rem and Zex are pulled over towards this sheet of ice. And both of you look down as it is not ice, but appears to be some sort of arcane glass. And you realize what happened. Zex, the spell you cast, True Resurrection, was correct. It was all the right things, but being channeled through the God of Knowledge, Agma knew that this spell would fail. Why? Because you can't resurrect someone who's not dead. Therefore, channeled into a divination spell, one of exceeding power, only the divination magic that can be channeled through a wish or other 9th level divination. You peer down into this abyss, and with it, I will have Rem, Zex, and Roxy make religion checks. She got a 2.
Can I have advantage?
Yes, actually.
Can I have advantage?
No, actually.
I'm glad he said
No.
yes, because I didn't have a case ready to plead. I didn't have shit to say. Religion time. Bada boom. It saved me from a nat 1, but it only gets me to a 9.
Sick.
I got a 22. Didn't need the advantage.
Rem, you see this massive swirl combination of ice and fire moving through different segments of brimstone. Zex, you recognize this as similar to passages that you've read during your research. You are glancing through as it's pulling you through different layers of the hells. And you arrive to see a collection of not devils, not fiends, but people. Choked with ash and covered and burned with different versions of fire and ice, stands the king, looking over what you can only presume to be a full hellscape. And behind him, several figures. You recognize these people immediately, and Rem, you recognize them as well, as I assume Roxy would. These are, among them, certain people who had been pulled into the amulet by Lackham. You see standing next to them different arbiters in their cloaks, altogether being about 4 people, including the king. Their cloaks covered in soot and ash, their faces burned and tired. But there are people alive in the hells. There are people to save. And with that, the disc shunts shut, and you can see Roxy kind of pulls her body closer to it, almost as if trying to crawl through the floor. This gasp and this no being pulled from her throat as her palm slams onto the floor. And she looks over at Uzex. He's alive.
That's, yeah, that's what it looks
He's
like.
alive. Yeah, how do we? What do we do?
Do you have a fork for the Hell's Realm?
No. Am I dead?
No.
Did you use that 9th level did you use the thing that you had?
Yes,
I
this
did.
was the
So
spell.
It's gone.
Yeah. So I used my 9th level slot, which means we're waiting until tomorrow to take care of this. We can do it though.
We can do that, yes.
Assuming you can hold on to, it's a 7th level for plane shift, right?
I'm not gonna do it that way.
Well, I'm assuming that I'm plane shifting in and you're plane shifting out. Because I don't
JC,
require a tuning fork for Wish.
It has been 3 days, and usually I get to change my spells after a long rest. Will you allow me the latitude to say that my time in the afterlife constituted a long rest?
If you wanted to switch some spells out.
I only need to switch one, or we can wait until tomorrow.
What's your plan?
Hmm?
You definitely had time to choose spells. I'm not going to say that you have a spell slot, though, if you didn't have it already.
Nah, I've got the spell slot.
Let's see what you do. What do you got?
I can, okay. All right. I'm going to switch some things around. Watch this. I'm going to show you some fun cleric stuff. Hey, Roxy, what's your dad's name?
Fuck. This costs you money, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Which, it says A. But I have.
Wait and do this for free.
What do you mean, do this for free?
I mean, Wish, teleport down to them, and then plane shift back out.
Or get this. It says diamond. I have diamonds that I could gas up to that if I forced them together with stone shape.
Mm-hmm.
But you told me I couldn't put a gem back together. But if I'm only putting it together to up the value, not actually make a gem shape, could I make diamond cube?
Sure. You're making a cube.
I shall unholy graph together the diamond cube with a 5th level stone shape. And then, after the unholy grafting, Rem's not explaining anything. They're just doing
No, absolutely.
Because Rem never explains anything. After getting the king's name from Roxy, and I'm sure she's like, "What are you doing?" I'm going to cast with my 9th level slot, which I didn't use because I did other stuff, to open a gate.
Okay.
You just have a spell to open gate?
Clerics have access to gate, just this spell by itself.
And you just have a 9th level slot?
I have a 9th level slot. JC let me switch things out. I have gate.
Easy. That's great.
Okay. As you fuse the cube in, and command it to, well, and so you do and command it to find the High King as the cube extends from your palms and begins to slowly rotate, beginning to fill with a pinprick of light, and then spins and spins faster and faster. This top of radiance begins to build outwards until you watch as, like a CD that's been taped to a vacuum motor spinning too fast, it shatters into a million pieces, extending and making the gate that then fills with hellfire. You can see the wind and ash whipping through these four people's hairs as the High King of Papihos turns to see you and Zex and Gil and Nime and his daughter standing there. And there is a moment, Gilgamesh, you probably see with like your advantage on initiatives, where Roxy almost begins to run through the gate, going the wrong way basically, and you grab her by the back of the cloak and hold her back, as the rest of you begin to call out to the four of them, and it takes a second.
He's actually forcibly sucked through.
Oh! As the king begins to go towards there, are the other three arbiters able to move with him, or are they? Is it not?
Okay.
Or is
So
it only the
says
king?
when you cast a spell, you can speak the name of a specific creature.
Mm-hmm.
If that creature is on a plane other than the one you're on, the portal opens in the named creature's immediate vicinity and draws the creature through to it. The nearest unoccupied space on your side. It says you gain no special things for it, but it does not dictate that the spell ends. I should be able
I
to
believe
maintain
it stays
the
open for like a minute, right?
concentration up to a minute.
Yep. And so
cool.
the
It
king
should be able to get through.
the king is drawn through it, and so whether the arbiters trust the magic in front of them or not, they are sworn to protect the High King and begin moving as well. And so as the king steps through, the king and his entourage that were pulled into the hells by Lackham, an entire separate surprise little one-shot that I had set up is now done. As Rem pulls the High King out of the hells.
Wish you would have told me that. I would have waited.
No, it's fine. That's the point of D&D. You will go get to fight something that is very spooky, but now he's just there. I get to save him.
I also get to keep the diamond cube when this is done because it is not consumed.
And the cube shunts back together after a minute and falls with a small bit of hell smoke being belched out of the center. A lot of explaining is being done. A lot of explaining has to be given to the king and his arbiters, as you all tell him who did this, as he guessed that it was the Ascended, especially from the arbiters that came in after him. And he states that, as it's very obvious, not everyone who got pulled into the amulet survived. As a second time today, Roxy is assaulted with the knowledge that someone who she thought was dead is alive, but confirmation for sure that her mother is no longer alive. However, with quick thinking and swift action on the part of Zex and Rem, the High King is alive, and with him, 3 arbiters. A semblance of the royal council is back and available for the populace, and with such, in the following days, a rally is made behind the king who survived the apocalypse and his daughter who triumphed over it. The energy and the ability of youth that Roxy brings is accented and amplified by the experience and knowledge of her father. And with such, ample supplies are able to be brought. Rationing keeps people going and alive, and supplies plentiful enough to sustain people until farmers are able to get back out. Cattle is able to be redirected towards the cities, and life can begin on the path to restoring itself. As such, there are some things that happen for each of you in the city of Greywall that, well, come to mean some things. Each of you go and check in on the people who lived through these ordeals. And Nime finds a kind of curious situation, and of course something that doesn't surprise her that much, but Esame, on the day where he had stepped outside of the demi-plane of the Doctor, and on the days where you were fighting the Caretaker of Sin, he had taken it upon himself to help the people of Greywall take up arms in case if the Halls of Glory were breached. And as such, has spent a long time around the common folk of Greywall as well as displaced children. Among them the four that Jaylene was protecting at your guys' house and had made it to the halls. And as such, all four of you are taking part in rebuilding efforts in Greywall before you go anywhere, but Nime, you do notice, as you are quite the perceptive Harengon, that for people, younger people, the four orphans are staying very close to Esame as he goes about his days, and he does try to find their parents, but it seems that there is no joy to be had in that respect, and these four children are well and truly misplaced and don't have necessarily anywhere to go, and so they are currently following Esame around. And he doesn't mind, but of course you know at some point there's going to have to be a bit of an awkward conversation with these kids. Or does there?
There does not. Well, maybe. Depending on how they take it, I guess. So, what is happening right now?
We can drop it into a couple days from now. Maybe 12. Let's go with a dozen.
Okay.
You have all...
Everything seems to be calmed down. We're just kind of figuring out where...
Yeah, everything is calmed down. The first couple of days are a little wild with finding... in Greywall, every once in a while, a roaming undead pops up and is quickly dispatched of, and so people are traveling with groups. And that's where the first thing of Esame is basically escorting around these four kids. But as Greywall is finally well and truly deemed safe, they still stick to him like glue. And after a portion of you and him working together to clear some of the rubble outside of a house, with the four of them working in varying stages of actual help. For example, the half-orc boy is able to carry kind of a shattered, blackened beam outside and give it a nice lofty toss before it hits the ground, where the halfling girl, who is also the youngest of all of them, is carrying smaller rocks and placing them outside very gently before going back in. At this point, you find yourselves stopping for a second during the noonday under the sun to take a breather and have some lunch. You do know, you and Esumi have talked that, of course, you're not exactly planning on staying one place, but there is also a conversation that you need to have, not with Esumi, but for people that follow him.
Okay. Nime is going to, as she's like stopping to take this break, she's going to ask Esumi to go and grab her, like, oh god, let me think here. I need to get him away. She's gonna send him on a various task to go find something that is like in the middle of, or like at least 10-15 feet away.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what. Oh,
You- Uh-huh.
Esme, I think I dropped some of my ammo back on the trail. Can you see if I had dropped anything?
He kind of looks at you. If you're trying to actually bedazzle him, please make a deception check.
Yay! More dice roll. Wasn't prepared for.
It's a D&D game. Even if it's an epilogue, dice can come up.
Oh, I wasn't prepared. Okay, so that's a 19 on the dice.
Okay. As you see him kind of beginning to stretch, and he looks at you, and of course, and easily and swiftly moves himself to a standing position, and just kind of his one hand kind of resting, like rubbing the back of his neck, begins to walk a good couple of paces away, his eyes kind of scanning the ground. Of course, not actually finding any ammunition, but that's not stopping him to look for you.
Nime, as she watches him walk away. What are the kids doing right now?
Esumi had set out a bit of rations, and in this case, you can see some dried meat and cheese, along with some bread that Esumi had brought for them. As the two older ones are, the oldest, the dark elf girl, is currently making some sort of sandwiches for the two younger ones, as the half-orc boy has just taken a hunk of bread, a bit of cheese, and just grabbed a bit of meat and is just mashing it all into a ball that he's presumably going to eat.
And right now, just so that way I know we're on the same page, these kids are nameless. No names. Are we
Yeah.
on the same page, or okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay, so Nime is going to go sit with the kids and kind of take a breath in and say, you know, we probably aren't going to stay here much longer.
You see the smallest halfling girl, as she kind of like has a piece of bread that she's just kind of mushing between her fingers, and looks up at you. Well, if we aren't going to stay here, then where are we going?
Well, that's what I wanted to talk to you about.
I don't know anywhere else.
Well, do you want to go on an adventure?
You can see her kind of like, think her chin kind of scrunching in as she kind of looks to the side. And you hear the half-orc boy kind of, his mouth half full. We've been everything's an adventure. It's, yeah. And it's just kind of drawing off of thoughts. Yeah. And, the elven girl goes, I take it you have something in mind for us then.
I do. I think we should all go home.
We, Miss Nime, we don't have a home, miss.
Is that from the human boy?
That was still the dark elf girl.
Dark elf girl? Okay. Well, you know, Esumi and I have a home. And I think that maybe, if you would like to, it could also be your home.
Cool. And he rips off this chunk of meat. He's still he's very focused on eating, but you can hear like this kind of like, this like higher pitched like little, like a little humming or squeal kind of, come from the halfling girl as you see her just kind of rocking back and forth. Just kind of like thinking to herself, he's, we can make stuff and be magic and well, and it's like you watch as like the bread as she's been like mushing it and stuff, because if you remember, like she did have some magic tendencies, and you watch as the bread of it turns into like a leaf as the bread turns textures. And
Try.
and now the human boy, the second youngest, kind of speaks up, and I think that we'd like to stay with you and Mrs. Sumi. Where's your house?
Well, that's the fun part. Is we have to go pretty far. I'm sure you've never heard of it before.
Is it the west side of Grey Wall? That's pretty far.
Oh no, it's even further than that. We are going somewhere all the way towards Elingrove.
Ewingwoff. That sounds long.
It is. The last time I went, I had to go by teleporter.
Can you teleport?
I wish. You guys remember Zex, don't you?
Yes, we... Is he going to help us then?
Maybe. I guess we'll find out when we get there. But if not, we can make a big trip out of it.
I like trips. As long as I'm not tripping. That hurts. Not me though, it
Can't
hurts
guarantee. Oh,
you.
you plan on landing on me?
I didn't think about it like that. I could land on someone.
Oh no.
He has like this grin that kind of spreads underneath. He's as long as you don't land on me, can I walk if we are taking a trip? Can I walk on the other side? I don't want to be.
Yep,
I don't want to
absolutely.
be landed on.
You know, before I forget, what should I call you?
Um, I I I want to be. I I'm a fairy, and so, and I think I should be fairy because I'm like a fairy, but and she like go poof, and this leaf like into like sparks. She's
You know
very
what?
young.
Fairy it is. Your name is now Fairy.
Poof, and more sparks kind of shoot out of her hands. And so, Nime, with that, you become acquainted to your own little party of adventurers. Thumir is the half-orc boy. Fairy is the halfling girl and the youngest of them all. The dark elf is Elra. And then Circel is the human. After a while, the you can't keep Esme away forever, and he does come back with a small aside apology to you as he's sitting back down of, I apologize, I don't think I was able to find your stuff. Maybe it was farther up or...
Oh no, you're okay. I actually just miscounted. I knew I had the right amount for a little bit now, but you were too far. So I figured you would come back on your own.
Well, at the very least, you know where everything's being accounted for. It's not exactly like you can go out and buy, well, anything right now.
Yeah, not really. But, you know, when are we going home?
Well, and he kind of like you can hear his voice kind of turn in the way like an adult does when he's speaking around kids and he doesn't necessarily want to upset them. Well, you know that we have to stick around here for at least a little bit longer and people need our help, but
Does Nime catch on to what he's doing right now?
oh yeah, it's not hard.
Nime's just gonna put her arm around like all of the children and like all of them, pull them into a group hug, and just go, no. When are we going home?
Esme looks out at the five of you. Thulmir's still like open mouth chewing a cheese and bread. You can hear this kind of like this deep sigh that has fragments of relief mixed into it. I was wondering how long it would take for them to get to you. We can leave whenever.
I was sold when I met them the first time, so it's okay.
We can leave whenever you're all ready. I'm sure your friends want to keep you around as long as they can, but I do think we've deserved not needing to move around quite as much for at least a little while.
I think it's time for me to retire. I can only fight so many gods.
I think you'll do quite nicely being retired.
Then let's go see if we can, hopefully, get Zex to get us home.
Zex, at some point, within the 2 weeks after this happens, you are approached by Nime, Esumi, and 4 youngsters that you remember, with a request from her to help them get home. A request that, if you're willing to fulfill, sends Nime away into her own nation and lets her go home.
Zex,
Yes.
can I ask a favor?
I suppose. What do you need?
Remember like a year ago when you did the super cool thing where you opened up a portal and it was able to transfer me back to my home place?
I do.
Do you think you can do that again?
I think I can manage that.
I'm probably not gonna come back this time.
Moving back permanently, are we?
For now. I think that I've done so much off of a small contract and how it began. And I think it's time for me to enjoy the time that I could have lost.
Well, you definitely have earned the time off.
Thanks. And please feel free to stop by. Bring Gil and Rem as well. I don't want to be strangers, but I definitely need to take a step back for a little bit.
Okay. I'll see if I can drag them along whenever I stop by.
Awesome. And I need to get 6 people through. That's not going to be an issue.
No,
Is it?
Shouldn't be a problem.
Perfect. And with that, Nime is going to wave in Esumi and the 4 littles.
You just see, like, Esme comes in, gives you a graceful nod, and the kids kind of file in with the little halfling girl kind of coming in at the end with the dark elf girl kind of leading her by the hand. And you just see this little girl kind of look up at you, Zex, and her hand just waves rapidly. Hello!
Hello.
She just kind of looks at you.
Now, before we go, you don't happen to have something from our destination I can use to, sort of lock down, do you?
Does it count if I've been carrying it with me for the last... Oh, I don't know, since Nime picked me up?
Yes, that should work.
All right. And he
So, yeah, it's been within 6 months, right?
pulls out a kettle that he has had in the travel pack and kind of sets it down in front of you.
Yeah, that should work. I'll spread my arms wide and cast teleport.
You bring yourself with them, or are you just letting them go?
I'm letting them go.
With that, magic alights, connecting a thin thread between the kettle to Esumi, Nime, and the 4 children. And with that, you and Nime lock eyes one last time and share a smile and a silent goodbye.
Oh, Nime does want to give Zex a hug.
She jumps and squeezes your shoulders, and you feel the weight all at once and then nothing. As they teleport away.
Before she has her head peeking out while her whole body's through the teleporter, and she looks at Zex one more time and just goes, "Thanks for being such a great joy to be around. I'll catch you the next time." And then she goes through.
At this point, it's just this small, probably office space that you're setting up. You've been doing a little bit of research.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't feel empty this morning when you walked into it. It feels a little bit empty right now. Nime, you apparate following the rest of everyone else, and you can see the kind of wanderlust of these children, just seeing this grand open scape. It's on the edge of your town, and you can see the beautiful, humble houses that kind of dot the hillside as the air itself is warm, the sun is getting closer to beginning to have the dip below the horizon of the evening, and you're home. It's a small walk through the edge of town to the house that Esumi had built while waiting for you a year ago. And as you do, there's a lot to do, but for some reason that I think you and Esumi both know, you don't feel that much pressure about it. And you feel like you have all the time in the world. The next few days are filled with you and him introducing the kids to people around in the town, Juniper and the like. People mostly are happy to see you and, by extension, Esumi return, and the kids are welcomed with open arms into the humble community that you've returned to. In the years to come, what does Nime do?
Well, I would imagine that Nime and Esumi built up that little house to have multiple rooms so we weren't all just crammed into the main space for sleeping. Above where her and Esumi are in relation to the house, there is the Blade of Laura mounted, ready to be used again at any given time. We have taught Thumir, the half-orc boy, how to tinker weapons, and he now works in the weapon shop that was owned by Nime's father, alongside Circel. Nime and Esumi have done their absolute best in raising all 4 kids, and taking them out on small but not hard, but medium average adventures. just around the forests, teaching them how to be self-sufficient and how to fight. And I guess that would be that.
And with it, you get to watch these 4 kids blossom. The differences between them are strengthened by the bond that the 4 of them share, being raised by you and Esumi. Thulmir, as it's quite obvious, harnesses a great natural strength that far surpasses Esumi and rivals yours in the coming years. Breaking down things with his bare hands becomes a bit of a pastime for him, and he loves taking on the physical tasks around the house, assisting you with gathering firewood and building fires, and becomes quite prideful in maintaining the forge and what passes through it. He doesn't get to the level of creation that Gil does, but what he does perform in, there are plenty of wonderful nights where Nime is sitting at a desk working on her pistol, next to the slow and subtle sound of a blade crossing a whetstone or polish being applied to armor, as the 2 of you work in content silence, a son next to his mother. Theory is very well versed when you apply them to nature and the natural things. Her love of animals truly does get to blossom, and through seeing so much death, including her sister during the Festival of Fire, she truly has an unadulterated, unrivaled passion for what nature and life can bring. As being such, she adopts many of the methods of it, and her magic is, she uses to the best of her ability to heal rather than harm, helping her brothers and sister with scrapes that they get or burns, as Thumir is often to apply to himself. And with a quiet and determined ability, she blossoms into a wonderful mage. Circel is a in-between, truly a jack of all trades. Not outperforming Thumir in anything physical, Elra in anything dexterous, or Thairi in anything magical, but he is the one who can pass anything and doesn't fall to any challenge. His resilience and resistance makes him a perfect everyman, and his his reputation in your town is, I would like to say, probably the best out of the 4 of them, as he makes a good effort to connect with the other people in your village and assists both you and Esumi around as much as possible. He doesn't disappear nearly as much as the other 3, and sometimes you appreciate it, and sometimes you wish that he would strike off on his own a little bit more. But no matter what, he always does, at the end of the day, support his brothers and sister. Becoming a quick-witted and very passionate speaker, eventually he does want to go off to a school and learn to hone his craft, but I think that's for another day. And the oldest out of all of them, Elra, well, she doesn't have the natural physical strength of Thumir. She is very capable of knocking him over using his own weight against him, and while she doesn't have the raw magical power of Thairi, her elven heritage imbues her with many things that she enjoys, and her affinity for a bow and ranged weapon makes itself quite obvious. Nime, you may at some point hope to train her on firearms, but she never truly gets the hang of it quite like her mom does. And instead, you revert to using a bow, to which she is quite proficient in. Never getting to your level of skill in a firearm, but although you might not tell her, she probably does have you beat with a bow and arrow. She becomes a bit of a ranger, moving throughout the woods, and when she gets older, taking trips herself through the wood elven domain to the south. The four of these kids grow up to be wonderful men and women who challenge Usapate as the continent grows around you and morphs to your very eyes. The city to the south of you, of high elves, begins to grow and blossom into this massive urban sprawling facility. However, your town gets to stay relatively simple and humble, content in the knowledge that it has one of the heroes of Papihos always watching over it. And as the years begin to draw you and Esumi closer and closer to its finale, you rest assured knowing that you have lived not only a full life as a hero, but now as a mother. We'll pull it back a little bit more. We'll pull it back a little bit now. Back to around that 12-day mark. Gilgamesh, you've been hard at work, pulling rock and stone, helping people clear out buildings that undead have found themselves in. You are a beacon of hope as your flaming blade cuts through both rock, wood, and undeath. However, there is the people that you stand aside, knowing yourself that although you are a pillar of strength yourself, the people around you truly make you somewhat special. And of course, well, the three companions you have are by every means one of those. You can't help but be happy to reunite with not only Terra, but Almir and Cassian, the two elven boys who you took under your wing in Dacaria. They managed to survive through everything, through quick thinking on yours and your party's parts when Gordos assaulted the Dragonborn city by telling them and a large swath of the Dragonborn military to leave. Dacaria actually had one of the fewest casualty counts of any of the major cities in Papihos. And so, there are a lot of people that need assistance in Dacaria. And eventually, as the time goes on, you clear more of the houses near the edge of the city. At this point, it's a stable that you're clearing out, one of Gilliman's stables, as a runner comes to you, a younger, probably straight 20-year-old dragonborn in glossy green scales and a kind of official robe that is sealed by the mark of the Lord Ironbreath, handing you mail. As Terra, Cassian, and Almir give you space to pause and read the letter, you don't necessarily really even have to read it to know what it's about to say. It's a request from previously Lady and now Lord Ironbreath, as she requests the champion of Dacaria to return, as a lot of people need guidance and another bout of leadership. It seems that your city is requesting the return of its hero.
And so I think I less of ask the three and kind of just tell them I'm going back. Let's go.
And even as you begin walking, you're still perceptive enough as she doesn't quite bother to hide as much in front of you anymore. The smirk and small scoff of Tara as she begins moving. And as even you step out of the house, you hear Tara turn to the other two. Well, don't just stand there. Come on. And you hear the two... You can almost hear the subtle shifts of their bodies as the two twins look at each other, and the three of them head out.
If I can, I want to quickly find Roxy on my way out.
Absolutely. At this point, with that, Roxy is still the leading the relief efforts, and as such, there's been a thing where every part of Greywall is being tended to before the castle.
Okay.
It was a thing of what she said, that the royalty of Greywall needs to be the last attended, and every citizen that is still here needs to have a roof over their head and food in their stomachs. And so, as such, she has been living in this near the center of that main tent has become a tent town of everyone whose house was destroyed or displaced from another city and had come here when news had come that Greywall was free and safe, has been placed into a tent that has been made. And so you are able to find her kind of, at this point she is sitting at a table, and you can see one of the arbiters that have kind of see the group of you stepping up, and gives you a quick nod before standing up and beginning to move out, giving you specifically the time of day and priority to the Princess of Papihos. Roxy, having weeks to kind of come to terms with everything, has her warm smile back, and it's good to see you, Gilgamesh.
And very good to see you as well.
And take it everything on the outskirts of the West Gate has been going well?
As far as I'm concerned, as well as it can be.
I appreciate it.
I figured I would come to see you, but I've received, and I'll like kind of hold up the letter. I've received a letter, and it seems that Dakaria is requesting that I return to fulfill my duties.
It was only a matter of time, wasn't it?
It really was. But before I left, I figured I would visit you and just make sure you remembered the promise that I made you, that if you ever need any help, I'm quite close. Just give me a holler, I guess, and I'll do the best I can.
She stands up and is still needing to look up at you, Gilgamesh. She kind of places her hand over her chest, and as Princess of Greywall and the nation of Papihos, I can officially release you from your duties overlooking Greywall's recovery. Go and be the champion that I know you have to be. And then quickly, before you're even able to react, she's embraced you and given you a tight hug. You can hear her face kind of turn to the side. Thank you for everything, Gil.
And of course, I will return the hug and tell her we really couldn't have done this all without you.
Everyone plays their part. I know you have a bigger part to play in Daycaria now. It's just goodbye for now. I'm sure I'll see you again.
I'm sure you will. Best of luck with the relief efforts.
Best of luck with, Lord Ironbreath.
I'll give her kind of not like a bow, but like a head nod, I guess. And we're off. We're on our way. The best way that we can go.
Of course. You don't even think of asking Zex or anyone else for teleportation. You just start moving and walking.
Yeah. It's not that far.
It's not that far. It's only a week.
Yeah, it's not bad.
And so the four of you head out, stepping over land that, by any relation to what you've gone through, seems as safe as can be. And each night, as you stop and kind of talk, there's more understanding coming from Cassian Almir of wanting to still be useful. And Terra reassures them that the Lord will definitely have some uses for two strapping young lads. But everyone will have their part to play. And when you arrive in Daycaria, it becomes very clear what part needs to be played. When you had arrived and stayed in Daycaria during the Year of Peace, the main thing that you had done with Elmir and Castian was keep the heart of Daycaria in check. As a very volatile place that spawned different creatures of varying dangerous levels. Definitely having a demigod come and rip into the volcano and pull from it definitely caused some issues. A healthy amount of appearances are spotted, and at the moment, Daycaria's heart is not being used for anything productive. It is no more than a dangerous mountain to the city at this point. And as such, the first thing that you get to do, something that I think only Gil would appreciate out of the five of you, you get to go right back to work. Destroying fire elementals, steam mephits, any of these things, as you do get split between these tasks and inspiring and leading the people alongside Lord Ironbreath as she has taken over her father's mantle and leading the city of Daycaria. You do plenty of things, actually, besides after the first bout, the first rounds of elementals and mephits are disposed of, Castian and Alomir actually take over as the main force of that, because your skills are better applied elsewhere, Gilgamesh. As something that you do not necessarily want to do, but in the moment and of duty, you are requested to be in it, of assisting the Sky Riders in melee combat training and general preparedness, as they have been reduced greatly in number while fighting Abrazdul, the World Eater, and even more so the General Guard of Decaria speaks of you and the party telling them to leave Decaria as they were outmatched, as yes, they're alive, but they count it as a defeat. And as such, the motto of it is, may the future never hold defeat for Dragonkin. And so, as under this, you lead them in becoming fearsome warriors, as the Skyriders were already the most renowned warriors in Papihos, but now the Guard can truly be placed on another level under your careful watch and leadership. There are things throughout Papihos that you expect to do, such as seeing the people from your homeland, Ashhar, mount possibly an assault on the continent. However, you standing, being next to a city that is so close to the ocean, realize in the coming months and years that the sea never really rests now. The waves are higher than they've used to be. The swell of wind could knock over many a boats, and this kind of almost natural barrier that arrives to protect the continent and possibly swells over the entirety of the world. As such, Papihos actually goes a relatively long time without being engulfed in war or skirmishes. Being closer than the rest of the gang to Forminos, that Forminos is actually able to rebuild from its previously war-torn state that you all found it in so far ago. Citizens are beginning to move back into that town, which for more than 300 years was only military. Papihos is healing. It's healing better than from when it started. And you get to be one of the people that lead that healing. Someone who has been able to and been capable of causing so much tragedy and death now get to be a steward of good and rebirth. And so you live out your time with Tara and the two boys. The kind of biggest thing of Tara becoming a bit more of a force in there, as she is by herself in a predominantly dragonborn and kobold town. But there are many days that you don't need to fight. And it might take a while for you to be okay with that. But at the very least, you can appreciate being among friends. Is there anything you'd like to add, Gilgamesh?
Do I get like an office of sorts, or like as like the champion, do I get like a room, like a work room almost, like a 9 to 5, like you'll find me here?
You do have a place in that main building that the Lord lives in, where the teleportation circle is.
Okay.
Or was, because one half of it got destroyed.
Yeah.
If you use it much, I'd assume Gilgamesh probably isn't actually able to be easily found there, especially during the first few years.
No, I mean, I would say not. But as part of like a I don't know, as decorations, there's a couple things I want to mount on my walls. So the first one being my silvered battle axe that I have had since day one. That's going on the wall. And I'd say the other notable thing would be I have a Garistro horn,
You do.
which will also be going on my wall. And I don't think there's anything else notable that I could. But I think I want to send, I don't know, a letter, I guess, to Zex, because I
Okay.
didn't say anything to him when I left.
Oh, but
Um,
Gilgamesh,
uh,
you receive a
what?
package.
I do? I love packages.
You receive a package of
It's
the
bomb.
very first sword that Thumir had put together in his forge, with a letter
That's so
signed
sweet.
Mime and Thumir. There's another wall decoration. You're welcome.
I'll put that on my wall.
I can just imagine Gilgamesh just in his office, straight face. He opens and goes, "Oh my god!" And then someone walks in and he's completely straight faced. Just
Yeah, just like wipes
Yes.
off. So yeah, I want to send Gil, or not, whoa. I want to send Zex a letter. And basically just be like, hey, I'm in Daycaria now, but I know you're gonna be doing some crazy shit, so like, if you ever need me, let me know, and I might get back to you. We'll see. Signed, the champion of Daycaria. And sent away. And I think the last thing that I actually thought of when Jazz was doing her stuff is that if at any point, for some reason, Daycaria needs weapons, I want to make weapons.
absolutely.
I'm really good at that.
I think it's a thing of, after a couple of years, you see Cassian and Almir grow into their own, get into their own senses, and they get actual titles from the Lord of Daycaria. It could be possible, if Gil wished to, as a bit of a present of them becoming their own person, they might receive a custom weapon from him, if that is a thing that could happen to the two as they get to be known Magma Brothers.
Ooh, that's a pretty cool title, actually.
That's not their actual titles from the Lord. That's just the nickname that the town gives the two boys, because
Like that's
they
that's
become
super cool.
they become the main defenders of the heart of Daycaria.
And because of my trusty notes, I am going to specifically make Almir, I want to make him a great axe
Mm-hmm.
with his name, and I want to make Castian a maul
Hey.
because that is lore accurate. I knew there was a point that they had like specific weapons.
There is.
It was session 94.
Okay.
Me curious.
And so with that, Gil, you foster a life in Daycaria. Two apprenti underneath your belts, becoming wonderful and talented warriors of their own. A fierce friend in terror by your side, and As such, you live out coming from a continent, a nation that is known for brigands, brutes, and people of terror. You become a beacon of talent, of strength, and of honor for Dacaria. You become their champion. And of course, throughout the years, you might get called on by Roxy or others, as you are known for strength and being decisive in making these kind of decisions in battle. And as such, you never entirely shy away from a conflict, never quite getting to the position of being someone who makes a plan for battle and then waits to see what happens. You always seem to place yourself right in the middle of it all. And as such, a lot of respect comes from the fellow men and women who you fight alongside. The stories of the Hand of the Chieftain and the champion of the Dragonborn, Gilgamesh. And I think we'll roll back once again. Rem, your time in Greywall initially, you spend a lot of you were expecting to spend a lot of time with logistics, helping Roxy out with things that she does not have the experience nor the wherewithal to handle. However, with the ability that you have given her, as well as the gift of not only her father, but 3 arbiters back, there is more stability in Greywall than you had initially expected. And as such, you might feel more freed up to do other things. As Gilgamesh heads one way, Nime heads another. Zex is, well, being Zex. But what do you do? What does the future hold?
Am I allowed to start before that 12-day thing happened?
Sure. What do you need?
So on that first day, after the gate and everything, I do want to go talk to Barris and see what condition that she is in.
Of course. Barris is... Barris has been taken basically aside by O'Brien, as she's been in kind of a state of shock. She's come down from it, of course. It's been days, but she's been... you have to kind of ask around for where she is, and... well, she's at her shop. Of what's left of it. As you step into the spectral allies, your boots crunch across broken glass of display cases and the green tinted stone of some of her walls that have been blown out. And as they do, acting like a pseudo bell, you can see the kind of the fabric wall hanging kind of push aside, and Barris kind of looks out and sees you. Her eyes kind of soften as she smiles and steps out. She's put herself together quite nicely. She has a long, flowing, shifting, shimmering kind of black and blue robe that kind of looks like it moves between being a robe and a dress as she walks, and as she comes and moves up next to the cracked and broken counter and kind of leans over it, you can hear the entire thing shifting under the small bit of weight that she puts on it with her form. Hello, dear.
Rem, you know how sometimes when people like apologize, they like bow their head and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And how sometimes when they really want to apologize, they just kind of curl up at the ground with their head on the ground. We're gonna go with that second one. As Rem begins their apology of saying, "You were hurt for being close to us, and for that I can only apologize to the best of my ability."
I choose who I am close to. It's a luxury that, well, people of my talents aren't often afforded. When you're as established as I am, you're never truly sure whether someone appreciates you for your talents or for yourself. Now, wherever you started with me, dear, it definitely was proven time and time again that my faith in all 5 of you was never misplaced. You have nothing to be apologizing for. I stand by where I'm at, and, well, I'm still here, aren't I, dear?
And yet, I still must apologize, truly and sincerely. If not for wrapping you into this, for not being able to come get you sooner.
You couldn't have known. I barely knew. We've both been through a lot. I'm not going to deny that in the slightest. But what matters, dear, is both of us are standing, although you could be doing a little more upright if you could.
I'll stand if she wants me to.
That's better. Dear, as special as you think I am one person that you have managed to save out of how many thousands? A thing that no person should have to do. And yet, here you are. It is an honor to be considered so close to someone so spectacular.
I don't feel very spectacular at the end of it all. I lost Suna. Everyone was hurt. And the city's in shambles. But at least I got the job done.
You're thinking of the people you lost, dear, rather than the people you were able to save. The people who get a chance. The people who get to rebuild. You can always look at something from the shortcomings, but you can also look at it from the accomplishments. All of you are 2 steps above spectacular. You're heroes.
I suppose so. I'm going to be around for a week, but then I think I have to go home for a little while.
I wouldn't blame you, dear.
I'm actually forced into going home. Suna demands it. Who am I to deny her?
Who are any
You
of
want to go
us?
home too, you know it.
I do gotta go home.
Who are any of us to deny her? Wow. You get a long-deserved rest and recuperation. Those boys and girls deserve to see you again. Don't feel so obligated to stay away, though. Not at least forever. It would be a shame for the last time I ever see you as you're apologizing.
I will be back after a time.
Good.
I have work here to do after all.
I had a feeling you'd still be working.
I better go get to work then. And leaving Eris and just kind of what's left of her shop, I am going to go to the main tent and offer what limited medical service I can do with my remaining spell slots for the day. But I do have things planned for the rest of the 2-week period, so we
Okay.
can just gloss over them really quickly.
Go for it. What does Rem
So-
do?
Once I get my spell slots and everything back, and change my spells for the first week or whatever, I am going to use Temple of the Gods, and I'm going to offer kind of religious services throughout the week for anyone that just needs to have that done, because I can't imagine the churches are in any decent condition right now. Where the people
Both
were
of
holed
the churches got attacked multiple times, so now they're not in too much shape. And you are able to provide something that not a lot of people can get, which is the space to be vulnerable and acknowledge their grief and what happened. So many people here during these first week or two focus on rebuilding, focus on the gratitude of being alive and the possibilities that it brings, but it's healthy to mourn. And your temple helps them realize that.
And throughout that first week, we may need to backtrack just a little. Since their bodies are still together, I can attempt to resurrect both Kylene and Jaylene with just a 7th level resurrection.
Okay.
I got the diamonds to do that, and I got the spell slots to do that.
Sounds good.
So sometime within that first week, I guess we can try to gather up the people that were closest to them and try to get that done.
Who would you gather for Jaylene?
Oh, I don't know. I'd have to ask the people that I saw were around her. So I'd have to ask Barris, just do you know who else she was close to? I could call in the Tabaxi woman. I've blanked on her name. It's been so long.
The leader of the Fighters Guild?
The leader of the Fighters Guild, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Jade.
Yeah. If that's her name.
It is.
I could call O'Brien, you know?
Mm-hmm.
These people are all kind of interchangeable for each other.
Uh-huh. Okay. So, you've got Jade, you've got O'Brien.
Bears feels close enough. they can attempt to as well. Or if I don't have a third person, I could do it. But I don't think Jaylene liked me very much.
I feel like Barris would be afraid of being a little not personal enough. So currently you have Jade and O'Brien.
Do they have anyone they recommend?
I
I mean, one of the kids are here. I could bring one of them. She did kind of like.
Yeah, she did kind of save them.
She did save them at great personal cost.
Yeah, we'll have Fairy do it. He's there. I want to help.
Name this kid Fairy, which is awful.
She named herself Fairy. Okay.
That's
It's debatably worse.
And,
We respect names in this household.
all right.
I want to
Sure.
help.
If that's what you want to tell yourself. And I'll get that resurrection cooked up.
Okay.
I'm just gonna long rest myself in the app
Sure.
because I can, and then I'll eat that 1,000 gold piece diamond
Okay.
to get that done.
All right. First and foremost, we have O'Brien, who's there, and he's going to offer a plea to the god that he ascribes to Bahamut, and requests that as he managed to keep Barris safe and alive on that day as the tower crumbled, and wished to extend the light and affinity of the Platinum Dragon to help bring Jaylene back. Roll a religion. As a successful religion check makes the rune glow just that bit brighter. And Jade comes forth and speaks upon the fact that the two of them running the guilds together never quite managed to actually ever fully contribute to a rivalry, as it was better to be partners of keeping adventurers safe, supplied, and happy. And she'd much like to be able to, well, Jade remarks that she might be out of the business now, but Jaylene ought to still have a bright future ahead of her. And we've got a persuasion. As that rune glows and then dims like a flickering light with a failure. And then we have Fairy. She kind of moves up. I want to say thank you, miss. You kept me safe, and you kept everyone else safe even when you were not feeling very good. And you have to be a very nice person to do that. I would like for you to feel a lot better now. And with that, she kind of reaches her hand out and kind of brushes along the side of the collar of Jaylene. You watch as a couple springs of like flower petals kind of weave themselves into the collar. I'll see you real soon, okay? She's gonna make a nature check. And with that, you watch as this small little bit of flower petals, these pink and yellow, kind of weave their way around her collar. We are gonna roll for Jaylene's for her resurrection.
What's the DC?
The DC is 9. You know what? I'm gonna open up Roll20. Put it on here. Because I will roll it here. Okay.
Okay, we got one.
With that, you watch as the diamond kind of builds itself up and collects around the collar of her and glows with this mass bright light, and you can see each of you kind of watching onward, Rem, your eyes kind of glowing, this hard set divine determination, very kind of like wringing her hands together, a bit of a flower beginning to come out of her palms as she kind of rubs them together. O'Brien standing alongside with his arms kind of crossed in silent prayer. Jade, kind of this strong fighter, standing, feeling useless as all of this happens, and the light flares up and cascades down, shimmering over the half-elven woman's skin. For her eyes open, kind of someone who, the kind of scrunching of the face of someone who's wakes up with a bit of a hangover, this massive headache that she obviously has. I feel like a bookshelf's falling on me. You hear this like small little clapping coming from the halfling girl, and O'Brien goes, I think a little bit more than a fucking bookshelf fell on you. As the guildmaster, Jaylene, has been brought back. She's alive.
Jaylene was not dead for more than a year. I cannot take a penalty for this. And can do it again. We'll get Lixon in for this.
Okay.
And then they can decide who they want to participate, because I wasn't particularly close to Kylie at all.
Besides Lixon and actually technically Jaylene, there's not... Colleen didn't do too much unless if any of you wanted to participate. With that, you've got...
I guess I could. I was somewhat... We spoke a bit during that time when I completely destroyed her while she was an eagle.
Yeah.
But I could fail it. Nah, I'll just let them do it.
Okay. And this is with a 7th level, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Alright. You cast the spell. And as the glyphs light up, they begin speaking. Jaylene is tired, but brings herself in the knowledge of it. You give her a bit of a moment to try and recover, and she speaks of knowing how hard she fought to keep everyone alive and was a beacon for those people residing in Greywall. And it's a shame to let such a heroic person not be able to continue on. And with that, rolls. She's so tired from dying. As it flares but dims back down with a failure. The exhaustion kind of overtakes Jaylene. She kind of has to sit and steady herself. Lixon steps forward, kind of cradling his bad arm to his stomach. He speaks on how they've worked together for years and have grown to trust each other. She was the only person that he felt confident in and helping him with his duties outside of the Mages Guild. And although she never truly got to fight the good fight alongside him against the Seven, she did more for the people of Greywall than he managed to do being stuck in Shackleforth. He just wishes he was there. And with that, he places a small pack bound in this parchment and tied together at her feet. And whispers, for the next 100 trips. And he's gonna roll. As enough as you watch this package open and burst, and it's this gem-encrusted chalk that is used for teleportation magic. As it glows brightly, covering the bottom of her shoes and boots, shoes/boots. I do believe it's time to roll again.
What's our DC?
Our DC, with a success, a failure, and an success, failure. Yeah. There was no abstaining, so this one is an 8. Or no, it should be higher.
A success,
No,
a failure,
a success,
and an item or
yeah.
something.
Well, I'm trying to remember because the DC shot. Success 8. Okay, so it's back to just a 10.
Okay.
Roll. Oh, but she's also been cast with the Psychic Blast. She was taken when the souls were being ripped, which makes it all the more difficult.
I
Mm,
don't think there's anything I could do here.
not for that.
I can't put a D4 on this.
No.
This is not an ability check. I just gotta run with this one.
Okay. Since I haven't actually made a thing for it yet, but Lackham has already basically shot the Alpha Strike and the souls have been released, I think what's going to happen here is because the souls have been shredded, it's between either just increasing the DC or giving the roll disadvantage.
What's the increase?
It would go to a 13.
Or it'd be disadvantage at a 10?
Disadvantage in a 10.
Someone else can make that decision.
I think I'll make the decision for you because I'm the GM. It will be with disadvantage. Here we go. I'm going to do them one at a time because I'm rude. First roll. Never mind.
It is not gonna matter.
as you cast forth, and as you do, you throw this magic aside, and you feel the tug of her soul, her essence, and you reach for it. And as you do, there's an experience that you haven't felt before. This understanding passes over you. This sad realization of a war-torn ally. Someone who has, through all the good they've done, their soul has been wrenched from the material plane and is in no condition to safely return. Being someone who is more worldly, Kylene not only understands the frailty of her own spirit, but also seems to be content with what she's done. She has saved countless people. She has fought off dozens of, if not hundreds of monsters, fighting alongside all of you against the World Eater and her armies, and standing as a defense of Greywall. She kept so many citizens as well as Jensen alive, and other adventurers that can now protect where she had been a protector when you all had arrived in Greywall and moved on to Lichton. She feels that she's left this in good hands. Your hands. Sex's hands. Gilgamesh and Nime. And the last little bit that set her soul at peace was getting to hear that Lixen, her friend, her ally of many years, her brother in arms, that he was okay. And with that, you feel the content soul of Kylene not return, as the diamonds glow and dissipate. You see Lixen's head tilt downward, and he kneels next to her form. His head turns back towards you, Rem, and you see the eyes of a very smart young man. And you know the question he's about to ask you, he already knows the answer to. She isn't coming back, is she?
Unfortunately, this one is beyond me. The magic used during that time has unfortunately made her soul a little too feeble to make the trip back. Not safely. But she knows. And she's content.
And he looks back down at her. Your ears are trained well enough to hear his whisper. I'll see you again. Another journey for another time. As one hero cannot return. With the bodies that can't be brought back the souls that are too far gone. The graveyard near the edge of the town and alongside the temples grow. Mass burial services are sent, and every body that can be identified. You see the walls of Greywall that survived, while so many people did not. Eventually, you see names that get carved along the edges. Kylene, Tyron, thousands of other names cover and coat the walls. People who lost their lives but are remembered by those who survived them. A reminder of what was lost. While walls can be rebuilt, it is not so simple with lives. But no one intends to forget them. The people who were caught up in this cruel mess. A bid of 7 mad demigods to become the next level. To ascend and become more than they ever deserved or needed to be. In wars and adventures, there are tales of heroes and villains. But through each of these stories, many people get caught in the crossfire. And Greywall will remember them. But as every wound does, the stabs of pain and grief pass with time. Never fully going away, but dulling down into just memories in people's heads and stomachs and hearts. And with that, there are other purposes for you, Rem. What are those purposes?
Around that 2-week mark where everyone is leaving to go do their own thing, Zex once again has to play teleportation game where I have to go home now. But there's a key difference in this encounter. As for the others, were somewhat final in their remarks. Rem is different and says that I will return. When I send for you, you may come and get me. I won't be gone too long. But I think I deserve my rest.
So be it. We'll send you on your way. I'm assuming he still has the teleportation circle written down.
You can go straight to my home. You've been there.
I've been there. I still have to roll for it unless I have an associated object or a circle.
The circle goes to the embassy. So I think you're just going to send me straight in.
Do you want me to just try and roll for it?
I mean,
Has Zex seen
I'll
the
get
circle?
Zex has not seen the circle.
So then he can't
I believe
get to it.
because that's where I sent them before. Because I was, I believe we got the circle from.
We did get it. Like, I have it.
Greywall. Yeah.
Then yeah, you can just show him the circle and then he can send you there.
But then I got to trap.
Screw it.
Well, I thought where does the embassy circle? Oh yeah, it just goes to the town.
Beam casually? Yeah, that's chill. Whatever. I'll roll for it.
I'll get there. Don't worry.
I'll make it. I'm built different.
See, the issue is if I miss, it's percentage based, so we might actually just end up in the ocean.
Yeah.
I have a broom. I'm in the. I am in the middle. There is no ocean. At worst, I'll end up in the river, and it's not the first time that's happened.
How many miles would you say we are away from Rem's house right now? Because
You could
I
end up in the ocean.
guarantee
You could
that
end
we
up in
could
the
end
ocean.
up in the ocean.
Especially if you go southward.
All right. So I'm assuming this will. No. I'm assuming this is viewed once. I don't think I've been there very often.
I think
I don't know how long you were there.
Yeah.
Did I bring anything back?
Because all I did was just like sort of pop in to say hi and pick people up and then leave.
Yeah, that counts as viewed once.
Okay. Here we go.
Rem's seeing if he's gotten anything better.
Oh, I rolled 100.
Hey!
Oh. See, it all works out in the end.
You, Zax, are you just sending Rem like you did Nime?
No, I'm going with him because if I'm rolling for it, I'm not gonna, risk,
What a
Dump me in
ending
the
up
ocean.
What a
several
gentleman.
100 miles out at sea.
you, as both of you get pulled in and then apparate outside of the church doors. It's a little bit chilly outside right now. The morning sun kind of beginning to crest and light up the skin and shine off of the shield and swords of the two of you. With it, you hear a slight bell ring, and as the doors open, you see a young woman kind of step outside, and her eyes light up as she recognizes you. Rem, you're home. Zex, do you stay long?
Just long enough to shake Rem's hand and say goodbye. I'll see you, I'm assuming, in a couple of weeks. Enjoy
See you
your
in a
time
couple of
off.
weeks. Ugh.
I'll hold out my hand for Rem to shake.
Rum's gonna shake your hand.
Okay. Cool. I'm assuming somewhere on my person I just have some shit from our keep, so I'll just go back there.
Sounds good. Rem, you're back home. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna tell them everything.
Plenty of stories are had of, well, for most of them, they couldn't imagine you being able to top yourself from what you said you were doing and what you were bound to do. Oh boy, do you prove them wrong. Massive stories of being able to truly communicate with the Mistress of Grief. The stories that you have fill most of their eyes with inspiration, wonder, and hope. As they turn into accidentally or purposefully sermons, you fill in these people of the church of what has transpired in another nation and how you have irreversibly changed the scope of the world. Many smaller stories that you listen to from each of them of small advances that the church has made down here. And you do learn that there was a councils being held in Iclaria because the embassy circle stopped working. And so people were trying to figure out what had happened. But by the time that a ship was put together to travel there, something had happened to the ocean. The waves were mighty and crashed, and so boats needed time to be reinforced, and upon your return, someone is sent up northward to say that there's no need to send anyone. And of course, you're requested by different people in the city to regale them with tales of what happened over the last month or so, and that's on your decision whether you give them any details or not, or how much you give them. But your life in general gets to slow down for a couple weeks or a month as you abide by the ask Suna made of you, and you get to go home. Rem, is there anything else you'd like to add?
I, at some point, go back.
Of course.
And, Zex, I guess, comes to get me, and they say, oh, when will you be back? And I tell them I'll be, I'll be back a lot more often than I was before. And during around that month time, there's this fun little part in my backstory that I forgot until I read the document the other day. But I believe I was taught how to read from a wizard. I think I can pull up the document.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I might know an unnamed wizard.
You do.
That I can commission to get this teleportation circle put in here.
It takes a while, but absolutely.
So I'll let them start doing that as I head back. And then when I get back, I'm going to establish my church. I don't think they're going to say anything to me.
No, and Roxy,
I'll ask them,
Roxy's more than willing to help you. And of course, it's improper for a princess or a king to give funds to someone for a church, but you have many friends who are willing to build and erect this new branch of the church, respecting to the Lady of Grief. She's more than earned her spot through you. And in the coming year or two, a humble temple is made in the Divine Alley, as it's renamed. Churches that are propped up from Bahamut and, well, yourself. And Bahamut, Helm, and now the Lady of Grief was erected as the third church in Greywall. You're not sure at first if anyone is willing to convert and follow necessarily, but it's used as a respite. People arrive and silently cry to themselves. Some people come and stand and seem to stare at nothing in particular. Others mouth silent prayers to the lady or something else entirely. But for nothing else, you know that this gives people relief. In many ways, and for many years to come, this temple is a place of healing, emotional as well as physical. Eventually, the teleportation circle gets made. And every so often, Rem, until you decide to truly settle down in one place or another, you are a traveling person, going home to Ukraria to meet and worship with your fellow members of the church, and being called to Greywall to assist as a trusted advisor that Roxy insists on hearing your opinions. Your voice, as well as your name, is well respected. And for many years to come, you are another name that is a symbol of strength to the people of Papihos.
I'll keep in contact with everyone every now and again. Just sometimes, no real timing. Just ascending shows up. It's like just to keep up with them, but mostly just to mess with them more often than not. Like sometimes Gil will just be doing something in the office, and it's like, how's that whetstone holding up? Like just to fuck with them.
Your sendings are received by your companions with different levels of appreciation. Some of them love talking. Others, maybe a certain champion of Dacaria, might, on the outside, rebuke you verbally or non-verbally by just ignoring you.
Make me come up there. You know I'll do it.
But I think everyone in their own way manages to appreciate staying in contact with a close friend.
Does Nime send me in the mail? Or do I not get a gift?
Oh no, you get a gift. Nime sends you 5 diamonds. One from her and each of the kiddos that they have found on their adventures, knowing that you like to cast spells with them.
This is simultaneously like touching, but also the most disrespectful thing you could have did. It's like, hey, it's like I know how much you like bread.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Oh, and
I'm
she's
chill
also sending you, well, not she, but Fairy is sending you a plant. A cute little plant that she hopes doesn't die on you. But she was there during your resurrection, so she thinks that when she sends you a plant, it could never die.
I'm gonna let her hold on to that. Because I'm not gonna be the one that I'm not gonna tell her.
Don't tell her. Just keep it. Just don't tell her.
I think that's all I have.
All right.
Oh, and then I know we already went over Zex's stuff, but
We haven't. Zex
oh,
is
we
next.
haven't. Oh my
Next.
gosh!
So let's roll back. Zex. There is triumph in the streets. There are people who are celebrating that everything is over. And of that, you feel great accomplishment and great satisfaction towards you and your friends, but you've always been someone that wants to make sure a story is tied up with a nice end to it. Zex, you're never the kind of person to quite be done working. So, how do you continue?
So, during probably the first month or so, he's just gonna help with the rebuilding portion
Mhm.
of of getting Greywall back up and running using Fabricate and other magic.
You stay the longest out of the 4.
Mm-hmm. Assuming Silex is still together. I'm assuming probably not at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So once that's done, Zex is gonna spearhead an effort to get a statue erected of Suna.
There's no complaints from Roxy.
And once Greywall is in working order, for the most part, he will get in contact with Lixen and figure out what's going on with the Hearthmen.
The Hearthmen have been shattered. Split is the best word to do it. The base in Vikfram has been scattered. The agents of Shackleforth that Lixen was visiting have been presumed dead. He is the main contact in Greywall, and as such, he's been going through sending spells, quite literally, to other people in the group. And there are survivors, but currently it's recovery efforts that's happening. Information that has been stored by the Hearthmen, making sure that, while lives have been lost, the history of the continent and the world as a whole hasn't been.
Okay. I suppose then, Zex will find out how he can help with that effort and also suggest the Lost City as a possible new base of operations, with Vic from being pretty well leveled.
It'll take some convincing of all of them. Not necessarily Lixen. Lixen's come to have some sort of camaraderie with you, but it's more than capable for someone of your skills to begin getting people set up, and of being a staging ground that is away from the public and able to house a plethora of history and information. You and Lixen are able to go around using teleport throughout the months, collecting vast swaths of information, and depositing it in the Lost City along with the Hearthmen who have survived. Of course, this means for the moment, most of the Hearthmen will not be put into cities where they can assist and help people in the current moment, but it will keep the information safe and the remaining Hearthmen able to kind of recover after what happened to them. And so slowly, the Lost City of Prosperity becomes the secret base for the moment for the Hearthmen.
Awesome. And then I did forget something, just to jump back for a second. Assuming the doctor is still in Greywall, I need to go and get my things out of the demiplane.
It's easy to do, although he is planning on disappearing for a little bit, but wanted to give you the courtesy of getting your stuff back.
Awesome. And so I guess in those first couple of months after the defeat of the Ascended, he's going to finish with the book, just working on that in the evenings.
A book penned to chart the details of many people, the tales of a tiefling meeting two people in Sabeline, traveling to a town, meeting a dragonborn, and then gaining friends, losing friends, and eventually saving the world and those who live in it. It's a story for the ages.
Perfect. Once I have that completed, I'm gonna fabricate a copy of the book for each of the members of the party and send them off.
Lovely packages arrive at literally just on your person. Zex doesn't mail stuff; he just teleports it. Just thunk, thunk, thunk.
Instructions unclear. Book caught in chest.
Also during this time, he is going to set up a demi-plane using Wish to cast the spell and start setting that up as his own personal base of operations. Setting up like clones in there and things of that nature.
As you are the member of the party who you've assigned yourself basically being the historian of the party and making sure the story gets out, you have deemed that you do need to live a little bit longer than you naturally would. And as such, grant yourself a bit of a arcane-assisted extended lifespan. Eventually, this demi-plane extends into being a makeshift home for you, with plenty of rooms for what you need and storage, becoming homely in its own time.
Perfect. And then during the time that he is assisting the Hearthmen, he's going to attempt to continue researching the original party to get as much information on what happened to them as possible. See if there's any other like stores of information that he could find that would have extra, I guess just extra information on what happened to them.
I would like you to make a history check, and since Lixon is assisting, or the Hearthmen in general, you can make it with advantage.
Awesome. That is a 22.
22. Through the months, you, while collecting all this information from the Hearthmen, are picking people's brains for the original heroes of the Age of Gods. And the information is few and far in between. You get small little tidbits, but nothing much. Until after a good portion of time, you realize that they were based, well, not necessarily in a place that you'd expect heroes of a nation to be. They were known for not hailing from, because that would entail that they were born there, but living within the marshland. And such a recon effort is pushed out to go into the marshlands of Papihos and discern something. And many places are found and scoured through, but one place in particular comes forth. A promising challenge, if nothing else. You get to be calling it the Tendon Dungeon.
Awesome. Well, seeing as Gil has sent me a letter asking me to go and grab him if I do anything adventure-y, I'll pop up to Dake area to go and ask Gil if he'd like to join me in that, as well as stopping by and hitting everyone else that I can. So Ram and Nime as well, I suppose.
It's just a simple thing of if the three of you wish to help Zex with another dungeon.
I mean, if
I do.
if I'm not busy doing other things that I've been assigned and I can take the time off, then might as well.
I think the
Yeah,
champion
I want
is-
to. I want to
Hey.
go to the dungeon.
Hey.
In spirit.
About how long has it been? Since he's going to...
It's been probably half a year at this point.
Okay. All right. Give me a second. I've got something. I've got something.
No.
I've got
The
something.
last time he said this, he pulled a gate into hell.
Oh, I've got something special for you.
Make a wisdom save.
No. Before we do this, we have to stop at the castle.
Okay.
Yeah. And I want to tell the princess it's 6 months later. It'll be fine. It'll be fun because this is looking like it's gonna be a one shot, isn't it?
This would be. It's just. What's your plan? Just let me know.
To make a long story short, we're gonna have our isolated moment, and I'm gonna plan our ally Suna in to clear the dungeon with us.
Hell yeah.
That's
You don't
awesome.
even have to be here in spirit. You can be here.
As a spirit.
And I hope I'm allowed this work visa.
We're getting you that work visa.
So, I think what we will do is, Rem, you are quite proficient in, we're gonna have you roll a d20, add your wisdom modifier to it. And I'm
And
just...
I give inspiration.
Oh,
for this?
absolutely, because this is going to be a hefty DC that I'm rolling up too.
Ooh.
Why?
Ooh.
Because it's only been half a year.
It's only been half a year.
Is there anything I can do to help?
No, I'll detail what happens, but at the moment, you are doing something.
Can
Of course I'm busy.
Can I have advantage?
How does anyone help you? Because Zex is giving you inspiration.
When I explain to the princess what I'm doing here, let's have her excitement embolden me or something.
Okay.
They're just in the corner chanting Suna, Suna, Suna.
I mean, if Gil's there, Gil should be pretty excited
Guild's
too. So.
chanting Suna.
Exactly.
Oh, I am.
They didn't know this was an option.
Is Gil's just like
Rem-
slamming the tip of the sword into the ground. Just please roll your wisdom
With the advantage,
with the advantage and with inspiration from Zex.
it's a D12, isn't it?
It sure is.
Let's see what you get.
Oh. JC, I rolled a natural 20
For a total of...
for a total of 28.
Boom, 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 boom. Zex, you watch as your allies kind of move forward, as you and Nime are kind of leaning forward, of just like, this has to work. Gil standing back with his sword, this constant drum of metal against stone. And Rem, you hold your hand out and up and begin peeling forth this small sliver. And it almost reminds you of when the doctor opened up the demiplane, because this is radiant light, but instead it's this small ball of radiant light that like turns onto the edge of your fingertips. And as you hold it, you just kind of let it float, and then this crackling sound as you watch as it expands into this cocoon of divine kind of feathers, these massive wings that you realize are there, before they peel back and open up, before folding and disappearing into the form. As stepping down, her feet touching the floor, her skin a radiant light, her hair slightly floating like a perpetual wind moves through it, and her eyes shining with a radiant joy that encapsulates the rest of the room. Suna is unable to resist breaking into a smile. Summoned. Everyone's standing.
I mean,
for
first
a
things
moment.
first. I gotta go hug Gil. First things first.
It's been a
Oh,
while,
goodness.
and it's a thing, Gilgamesh, as you see her kind of turn and move over to you. She steps normally, but she looks light on her feet, like almost as if she could fly or float, as she quickly moves, and as she hugs you, her skin is warm and comforting to the touch.
I am gonna give Suna the biggest, fattest, best hug ever.
For a small bit, Suna's back. We're gonna push through this a little bit because, well, there's a lot that we can, but Suna, you're able to give them a quick rundown of what you've been doing. It's a lot, and some things are a little bit harder to understand than others. But in essence, you've been, well, there's been a lot of tears in the plains that have been happening since, well, what Lackham did with the cloud and what the caretaker did during your battle. And you've been traveling through to rips in the plains and righting wrongs that have been wrought upon each of them, defeating large entities that have moved through, an astral dreadnought that has managed to pull its way into the elemental plane of fire, a shadow stalker that has frittered itself off of the Shadowfell and into the plane of Pandemonium. You've been righting a lot of wrongs. Soon as the shit now, guys.
Damn.
But Suna, you do know that your time here, as good as it is limited. And with that, and much conversation that can be had with both your friends, Roxy and the like, you want to make sure that whatever they needed you for can get done and get done well. And with the 5 of you being reunited, that dungeon does not stand a goddamn chance. There are traps and small creatures and little puzzles that you guys do, and honestly the puzzles probably take you guys the longest. But you move through crushing this dungeon, feeling like a team again after half a year. It's refreshing. And it's the end of the dungeon itself, where Zex finds what he's looking for, and the rest of you realize what he was looking for. As each of these seem to be traps that you trigger by going into a wrong room or opening a door the wrong way. Everything seems to have a right thing to do, almost as if people lived here. And it gives off the sense of a booby-trapped hideout, or, you know, things that are meant for certain people. And a couple things Zex actually does know the answers of. He speaks a few names that a couple of you recognize. Rem, you've summoned D before. And as you move through, you realize that this was the old, ancient hideout of the original heroes. And at the end of it all, you see the 4 people that gave their lives against the Ascended before the 5 of you cross paths with the demigods. These people who came before you and did much but not enough, and who you were meant to surpass by fate. Each standing around Suna's natural light, kind of lighting up this room as you see pictures. A familiar looking elven descent woman, the bard that you saw in the Feywild, holding the voice. A stout-looking dragonborn that Rem summoned a long time ago. The smiling painting of a man with a black mustache, but at his side was a familiar-looking sword. To you, Gilgamesh. And then a cowled face. Someone who seemed to like being in the shadows and not being seen too much themselves. Almost looking as the poster child rogue in the player's handbook. Wielding a deft blade that seems to betray the rest of his image that Nime now has sheathed at her side. Welcome to those who came before you. And one final dungeon that you guys get to beat all together.
Is this that one in like the southwest-ish that we just never went to do?
I think
Or is this
Southeast.
elsewhere? Southeast? Okay.
I was gonna say I think you're thinking of the Hole of Shadows.
I might be.
Yeah,
There's
and the
like
Hole of
X's
Shadows
on
is...
the map that
yeah.
we just never went to. It's
There's-
like, we know it's there. We know it's a dungeon, but like,
Mm-hmm.
Yes. It's all good. But with that, Zex, you're able to recover information that you're looking for with the assistance of your friends. And Rem inadvertently causing another chance to say goodbye with new renowned grief in their hearts. Asuna must return shortly after. No rest for the good. The humble must persevere.
fucking real out here.
Zex, would you like to continue?
Absolutely. So I think that's pretty close to the last thing I have
Okay.
in Papihos. So Zex is gonna try and recruit Rem for this, but he's gonna head back to Ashtar and attempt to finally figure out what happened with the assassination thing.
With an ally in tow, the two of you set out to the northern nation of Ashar. And unfortunately, some stories don't seem to get much of an ending. This might be one of them. Your group, the tribe that you hailed from, Zex, they're not dissolved when you return to Ashar, but they are nearly unrecognizable. So many people and roles have shifted. A war broke out while you were away, with skirmishes between your people and the Hand of Sincerity trying to take more land from the central option. People have died. Bonds have been forged. Brotherhoods made and torn apart. And in all of that, for as much renown and as much as your name and life you've built in Papihos, the Zex of the Rider clan does seem to be well and truly dead. The people who remembered you and grew up with you, most of them are dead or displaced. The leader shifted to a large, broad-shouldered hobgoblin man. You stepping through the streets of any residents that have been made along the coast of your clan's territory, people don't recognize you. And when you went there originally, you were so scared of being found out, but now you well and truly realized you, for lack of a better term, Zex did well and truly die in Ashar, and a new one was born in Papihos. You are not the same person that left this nation. You are something else entirely. And as someone who has the privilege of knowing so much concerning your new life, it does seem for the moment, at the very minimum, you are cursed with ignorance about your past.
Okay. Maybe I'll have to spend more time in Ashtar and try and figure out exactly what the hell happened. But for the time being, then I'll thank Rem for his help, and then I am going to go and hit the Great Library in Usapate for probably a few months to research the possibility of setting up a permanent demiplane entrance, as well as going through legends and stuff like that to try and find information on possible locations of things similar to like the Hands of Mystra that are on the material plane. Not as powerful, obviously, but
Divine shards.
yes.
And for this, it will not take you months, Zex. This will be years. This will be the path that you set for yourself. Someone who roams and takes part because you have to. The thought of things existing in this world where people like Lackham can get a hold of them and cause havoc and death on untold levels. There always has to be someone searching for the good reasons. And this is what you end up dedicating your life towards. In a year or two, the demiplane entrance is able to be made. You transcribe it in a place where you know you can get to quite easily. At the very least, you want it to be available to the world. You know best of all, no matter how many fail-safes one person has, nothing can be as temporary as someone trying to be immortal. With you spending years looking after divine shards, you evolve into some sort of mystery, a legend, someone who arrives to find something, knowledge held close to his chest that most people have never heard of in their lives and seldom believe exist. However, that is far off, and if there's anything else, Zex, you'd like to add onto your story before it closes, let it be known.
Last thing is, at some point, I need to read Lackham's book that I took.
Absolutely. It's not a process you necessarily look forward to. You find yourself so gung-ho about everything else, but yet it feels correct to put off Lackham's journal. You run through all the bells and whistles, identification, detecting magic. There is an intense potency of necromantic magic. Almost a presence of itself that puts a shudder through your spine. Lackham may no longer be in front of you, but this book makes it seem far too easy to remember her. There's a part of you that just wants to stick it in a vault or on a shelf and leave it there. But that's not you. Please make an Arcana check.
Okay. Seeing that there's heavy necromantic stuff over it, assuming Rem is still around, can I grab him?
Rams is just chilling in town, running a church.
If problems happen.
Bro, I sell potions now. I'm retired.
Literally everyone but you and probably Gil are retired.
Yeah.
I'll take a look. What do you want me to do here?
Well, I'm cracking the sucker open, and it's super necromancy, so if I get cursed...
Did you identify it first?
I'm assuming at some point I identified the book.
Dude.
When going through all
you don't detect any traps or anything like that.
Okay.
You do detect a heavy sense of unease, and the book itself almost feels malicious.
Can I look at the damn book?
Yeah.
It sounds like a phylactery, which is a little bit scary, although I don't know how a book would be used as a phylactery.
I'm a lot wiser than I was before. Let me look at the damn thing. Before we go cracking shit open. I'll make my Arcana check. Let me pull my damn dice back out.
I didn't roll mine yet.
Well, let me take a look at it before you open it. I'm not opening it. I'm just examining it for runes and all that other garbage before I let you go touching shit. I'm retired and I still gotta cover this shit. I'll guide myself because it's probably some fuckery.
Have an inspiration too.
Sure. For the old times. This is probably like 15 years later. He just shows up with some garbage like, hey,
It's only like 5.
I might die. Okay, that's not nothing. All right, 29.
29?
Yep.
There is an intense dread that fills you about this book. Zex mentions that he's been looking for intensely infused pieces of divine shards and other bits. And from your gut instinct, This is probably as close as a mortal can get to imbuing something with that much magic. And you know, because no one alive knows more about Lackham than you two. If she put so much time and focus into this book, it cannot be for any good reason. Any venture into this book is extremely dangerous. Not necessarily because it's trapped, but because of what might come out of it.
How mad would you be if I just said yoink and commandeered this in the name of the church?
I'd be kind of irritated, especially since I actually just have a facility for storing this shit now.
You might want to leave this one alone. I know you want to keep things up, but some shit's better off left in the past.
Is there a way we could figure out how to destroy it?
I mean, I could.
Because it was technically created by a mortal, so it's not extra super spicy magic. It is, but it's not.
How much do you want this thing destroyed?
With how bad it sounds, I don't want the book ever to be opened.
You know, I haven't done this in a real long time. 5 years is a long time to be out of the business. Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Alrighty. O Lady of Grief, hear me as I cast my useless prayer out to the night. I offer this unto you for the safety of this world, and I'm gonna divine intervention this. And as I'm a level 20 cleric, and it has been 5 years since the last time I did this.
That's more than 7 days.
It just happens.
As Rem, you put your hands over the book and you feel the malice and you cast it. Immediately your voice deepens and becomes bass intensified as the entire room shakes for a second, candles blow out, and you watch as the book bursts into this pile of not even flame, just straight ash. And you hear this wretched scream that is torn from a hoarse throat of bone and discarded flesh. As you watch as the book, the edges, the covers of the book kind of congeal into this waxy ash and pools, and for a second, both of you with your high passive perception swear to each other in the coming months and years, to everyone, including your companions, that you see Lackham's face pull out of the book for a second before being pulled back into the ash. That blows away. Gone.
See? Told you not to open that shit.
Yeah.
That one was a courtesy. Next one, I'm charging you. I gotta get back to the church.
I appreciate it. Thank you for your help.
No problem. And Rem's just gonna leave. Where from? I don't know. But, you know, I get to play I get to be the Pope, so I'm vibing.
All right.
JC, really quick before we hop in, as soon as what happens if he opens the book?
I'm pretty sure that was a phylactery.
Lackham in a couple of years would have come out of the book.
Oh no, bro.
Actually, it would have been in 4 months.
Yo.
From that.
So what you're saying is that was the best book to grab.
Technically the worst book to grab, because it would have been destroyed in the...
Would it have been destroyed?
No. It's a magic item.
That's fair, yeah.
Like, we had to divine intervention that shit to nuke it.
You did.
I mean, we just
you could have
took
also
the easy
wished
path.
it away, yeah. There's a
Could've
lot of things
wished
you could
it.
have done.
I could have dispelled magic and just broke it.
So...
But, you know, I'm old now. And by old, I mean, like, still very young for a gnome, but very tired. So I'm just like, fuck it. This is what I
He's
worked hard
aged.
for, isn't it?
All right. but with one piece of magic scoured from the earth. Zex, you continue on your quest of forever. Scouring the rest of the plains for additional dangerous artifacts. Waiting
And
for
while
people that
he
need to
may
do
have
that.
lost one magic item, he gets a new one with a package from Neve.
Hell yeah.
She is sending you her favoriteest item, the Cloak of Useful Items.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Nice. Zex, is there any last statements before your story ends?
Well, the last thing is I'm mounting Gordos wings on my wall in the demi-plane
Fair.
at some point, because I just have them.
You just
That's
have
it.
those. Alright.
Yeah.
Well, for our heroes on the material plane, their stories end in different ways. Scattered across the earth, you all find your solace, your families, and your meaning. Your names become placed amongst legends. Stories get a little out of hand, and, well, each of you eventually in stories can level entire armies, destroy Navy vessels that try to attack you, fell full-blooded dragons with one slice of a blade. Most of them are not true. Maybe. But, for one of you, the champion of Mystra, the angel of the weave, the warrior of magic, many names that you do not get to choose are placed upon your shoulders. But of one thing you are sure, Suna. Years go by quickly for you. It seems like no time at all when you're called back for a beautiful moment where time slows back down to acceptable levels and you see your friends again. It's busy being a champion. You get to work alongside other vessels and champions. You learn the names of some, possibly forming bonds and relations from different champions of different gods. People are wary of you and Mystra at the beginning, but over the years, they become used to you two being the caretakers of the weave, and those that go against it learn to fear the angel of the weave coming for them. As I stated, that you tell them, in the first couple years you are filled with hunting these creatures that have pulled themselves from planes that they should not be and displaced themselves. You eventually develop a bit of a divine sense of knowing where these creatures are and being able to laser into them. Your powers grow as well, being immune to most radiant magics and, well, immune to most mundane things as well. You move quicker and easier. You need to take less time to catch your breath. Magic flows through you as you now have, finally, full control of the weave itself, bending it to your will better than most people could ever dream of. And yes, there is still times where you can rest. It comes years later, but it's not so hard for you to watch people. You get to watch Nime grow and foster 4 kids and be a loving mother alongside Esme. You get to watch Gilgamesh become a proud champion, a true champion of the land and the nation itself. You see Rem become a trusted advisor and friend to Roxy. Heading his own church. A quick rivalry, and I'm sure at some point you do hear talks of maybe if Rem's willing, he can stick around a little bit more before his soul truly passes on. And Zex. Man, he's pulling something off. He never really stops moving.
I never really expected him to. Though I really wish he didn't put that statue up.
It's a little on the nose.
What do I expect?
You can expect that they truly do appreciate everything you've done for them. As you hear Mistra in the background. At this point, she's become the caretaker of the weave, the caregiver of everything arcane and divine. Anything that channels magic, she channels to them, and as an extension, you do. And as such, there are many conversations that the two of you have, including this one regarding how you wish Zex didn't insist on a statue being built.
I do miss them. But why don't I ask you a question that I know Zex would love to know the answer to someday?
And what would that be?
Who was the caretaker before she was the caretaker?
As the hands kind of move, you can see silver strings of weave pulling out, and she stops. You see they keep moving like yarn in water. They were well and truly once a god. She was every bit of divine that I, Azuth, or Cord was. However, a thing that all gods must know, otherwise be doomed to fall into the same trap. Immortal does not mean deathless. And as such, when the god of death split, they, as a divine being, ceased to live. In an effort to consolidate more power among themselves, they took the domain of death and attempted to split themselves into multiple beings. Well, when you become different people, the original does not get to survive. The remnants of an old goddess, bitter that she did not take over the pantheon itself, of different shades of black, of death. What could be more satisfying to a god of death than the death of other gods? I assume that's why they struck a deal with the Seven, rather than becoming gods themselves in conjunction with us and the current divine pantheon, killing off gods and taking their place. But death seems to beget death. And alongside her own, he led the 7 children that I entrusted my gifts to slaughter. Not just themselves, but countless others who did not deserve to go as soon as they did.
Where are they now? Or are they truly gone?
It's hard to know whether a goddess is ever truly gone. Especially one who is so prone to split themselves. Of course, pieces of her live on in other gods and goddesses, the ones who she split herself into, but they do not share her memories nor her intentions.
And what of the 7? Are they gone?
And they had bound their souls to my gifts. And in such, with you ripping them from their corporeal forms, should be pulled. As the souls that lack 'em ripped in her ritual are unlikely to be able to form again, theirs have been ripped by you. You must understand, as you've been a champion of the weave for a good number of years now, permanence is something that arcane and divine magic loves to challenge. But instead we provide a balance. With them gone, you exist. And I'm sure if for any reason you decide to pass on or form in a different way when deeds have been done and duties have been fulfilled, for another to exist, you must no longer. The cycle of life begets the same cycle of arcane and divine magics.
Okay. Not what I was expecting, but
It rarely is.
makes sense. And for this next part, JC, I would like to go in chronological order.
Of course. You asking who goes first?
I mean, I have my guesses, but
Go for it. Who's
I
first?
think it's Nime first, though it could be Gil.
Gilgamesh surprises everyone. As much danger as he throws himself in, he does survive a surprising amount of time. Gil, if you hadn't gained so much experience through the years, you would have been disappointed. Does it beget a warrior to grow old and have people live past him, following in his legacy of living rather than his legacy of dying? You're not sure. But what you do know is you lie with people by your side friends, and of course now family. These people have truly become during the years. You can feel satisfied. The four of you do manage to keep in contact with each other. And as such, the news of Gilgamesh is delivered. Well, he didn't live much to too many magic-inclined people. But one of the mages of Dacaria are able to send a message to Rem, who is able to disseminate it between all of you. His hand on the blade. Gilgamesh, you feel lighter than normal. As you wake up in a beautiful open field. You're curious for a second. It feels homely. But you know this wasn't where you went to bed. And you hear a familiar voice greeting you.
Actually, I'd like to retcon that voice.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna materialize in front of Gil, hugging him.
And once I realize what's going on after, realizing that I'm dead, I'll return the hug.
How have you been?
Well, as it seems, kind of like looking around, I've been better, but life treated me well, especially thanks to you.
You were able to do a lot for everyone down there.
And it seems I wasn't the only one either.
No. But I guess I should ask, where would you like to go?
Ysgard would be a nice place to rest.
I'm sure that could be done. And allowing, I think we'll start making our way there.
The plains give way to these shouts of joyous melee, as it were. A bit of a experience that you remember of almost filling your mind with memories of years past of the Fighters Guild before it went away. There is much to be had in joyous camaraderie and celebrative combat. And of such, you are a warrior unlike no other, Gilgamesh. Welcome to Ysgard.
I'll make sure to come visit, if I have the time.
And I extend the same to you, but I would argue I might have more time on my hands than you. I mean, you've acquired a job.
I have been quite busy.
Just make sure you take care of yourself. That's all that I ask.
I can do that.
Thank you. And I guess I'll give Suna a hug and let her go back to her duties, back to the important things.
Of course.
I'll hug Gil back, obviously. And then I guess back to the front lines.
Hooray!
Well, I feel so bad doing this, but Nime, can I have you roll a dice for me?
It's
What the
wabbit
what?
season.
What the fuck you
It's
just say to me? Roll a
It's
dice. Which
wabbit
one?
season.
Please roll me a d20.
Okay. Is 16.
Okay.
Okay.
You are you have a beautiful life after sending your kids out in the world to do something, to make something of themselves, and in whatever way they do so, I'm sure both you and Esumi would be proud. Esumi has the fortune of passing away first.
Oh no.
He's a bit older than you, and both of you get the options of getting a little bit slower and older together, but after a bit, he does pass away first. Luckily, I don't think it stands to affect Nime too long, as you pass away as well within the week. It does mean you get the pleasure of having two people waiting for you. As it's a day, as it's seamless. You step through a room in this house that you've made. Beautiful, strong, and a bit of an empty nest. And you see Esumi sitting. At a table. For a moment, you think you're dreaming. But as your eyes meet each other, you can see the understanding that he passes along to you. And there's a knock at the door.
I'm not gonna be able to answer that, am I?
On the contrary, I think that's for you.
Nime goes to the door.
You open it to see a very old friend. Suna. Nime opens the door.
Hello, Nime. It's been a while.
A very long while. Was that it for me?
That is it.
But I get to take Esme with me, right?
I believe the two of you can go together.
Nime will turn around and hold out her hand to Esme.
Well, I wasn't waiting here just to get left behind. And he grabs your hand.
Lead the way, Suna.
Is there anywhere specific you'd like to go?
Well, you know, in life, I didn't really worship. So, send me somewhere nice.
Do I know of somewhere that would be perfect for Nime? Would you like me to roll something, maybe? Can I roll a dice, please?
I think I got you.
Yeah.
A beautiful clearing in a forest. A perfect place for two people who want to live in each other's company and always have something to explore. You know that if they wish, their house of theirs could follow them. Or if they wanted, could make one just for the two of them. You'll find what they need.
If you don't mind, I'll come visit sometime.
Please. You're always welcome. And as our kids end up coming, I'm sure the house will only get bigger.
I or another will bring them here.
Thank you, Suna.
Of course. Right, is the short one next?
Well,
That's my guess.
one of them's trying to prolong themselves. And one of
I'm
them.
assuming.
He is not
Oh.
allowed to die after me.
I'm assuming that as long as Zex doesn't get himself like killed before Rem dies, that Zex is gonna live longer.
Rem is
We'll-
going to kill him.
We'll leave it up to interpretation. Many things still happen to these four wonderful people before their time comes. However, we do know what they get to see when they do die. Rem, Zex, please roll d20s. Whichever one of you roll lower will go through the stuff with Suna. Does not mean necessarily that you died first.
No, it means whoever goes first means you die first. Sorry, guys. This is chronological, no matter how JC decides to deny it.
I've decided that I'm becoming a lich. A holy lich. That'd be a fun thing to see. Closer to a mummy than a lich, isn't it?
D20.
I got my D20 out.
18.
16. That's high
Rem.
for me.
Unlike your companions, I think you've gained the sense. You know the next time you close your eyes, it will be opening to a new yet familiar place. And as such, being someone who is so entrenched in death and grief and moving on, greet it with open arms.
I dig my own grave the night before.
Hell yeah.
Digging my own grave, man.
If you want to. You don't have
I
to be
am.
morbid.
Oh, you know, it's not morbid.
Yeah,
I gotta
it's just
send
practical
myself
for
off.
you.
Yeah? I'm digging my own grave. It's cathartic for me.
Mm-hmm. And as such, it's good to know that,
You gotta time this out so you can fall into the grave too.
Nah.
it's nice to know when you wake up that your Lady of Grief has kept your place ready for you. As you wake up in a comfortable chair, surrounded in the plane of your divine patron. Suna must have gotten better at predicting stuff too.
I knew I'd find you here.
Where else would I go?
I know you got to go home. How was it?
I got to go home many times. And it was great. Every time. We waited quite a long time.
You did, yeah.
Well, I'm sure you have tons of things to tell me. Why don't you take a seat? We'll catch up. I have a feeling I'll be here for a while this time.
I can tell you some stories now. Though I will have to get back. But I'll be back to tell you more stories.
As I promised the last time I was here, I'll be here.
I suppose. At least for as long as I can. I'll sit down and tell Rem something.
And there are going to be many nights, as we
Sure,
can
I
call
have
them,
thousands of stories to choose from.
where the two of you relax and reconvene, regale each other of stories, both meaningful with different context. Old friends. Zex, you're not necessarily staying in one place. You're not necessarily keeping your nose out of other people's business. And as such, I will not pretend to be as gifted with foresight as with the others to determine how exactly you close your eyes. But through the many possibilities that Ram, Gil, and Nime have closed theirs, eventually your spirit comes to rest as well. I think it hits you a little bit with all the processes you've put in place. But eventually it's come to pass. And as such, I think you find yourself, for some reason, standing at the dock of Sabeline, looking like it did decades, centuries ago. Crowds of people stepping around you, people calling for maps of Papihos to sell. But for some reason, you're not entering Papihos. You're stepping off onto a ship. With all these people standing around you, it feels still a little isolating. All of the decisions you've made in your life, and, well, is it even really a choice whether to step forward?
I suppose I will.
You begin walking towards the ship, and as your foot touches the gangplank, you can hear a shout coming from above on the ship itself. And at the other end of this plank, suspended over the water and on the ship that you feel drawn towards, a kind face. A friend's face. Suna,
Is
he's
it
taken a
finally-
while.
Work never could end, could it?
No. But, I suppose this had to happen at some point.
Well, that's true. I do have something interesting to tell you, though.
Oh?
Something I'm sure you've been wondering.
One
Turns out, Caretaker of Sin was at one point an actual god.
Really?
Yeah.
Now that is interesting.
Corrupted the Seven and grabbed for more power, but well, I suppose we know how that turned out.
I suppose we do.
In all your years of research, has you thought of where you'd like to go?
Not really. Why?
Do I know of like a celestial library?
You're sure he wouldn't mind Ogma's plane? His domain of knowledge and sharing. But also, you don't necessarily have to decide on the way. This is, after all, a vessel that Zex's consciousness has made to leave the material plane. Why not make it a voyage?
I like that idea.
And so, with trailing voices carried away into the wind, two friends reconnect. Five stories come to a close. Through the trials faced before the five of you, from wolves snapping at your heels as you climb a tree, to a failed lich terrorizing a town, a mad vampire lord with an iron grip on the northern region of a continent, an ancient dragon threatening to reduce the central capital to dust, demigods trying to break open the plains and the divine gate from the inside out to replace the gods that you so hold dear or tolerate. And finally, the caretaker of sin herself trying to peel apart your found family. Each of you have survived or prospered in other ways against all odds. And for that, I myself, Jacob, commend you. This is the end of one story. One that has started with on nothing but a dare that a friend in college gave to me. But one story does not necessarily mean the end of everything. And as such, whether together as a group or as individuals, we are slated to go on and do new things. May your next story be as worthwhile as this one was to me.
Thank you, JC.
Thank you so much.
From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Love each and every one of you for participating in this story. That I hold so dearly. and coming through the challenges that I decided to throw your way each and every week for 3.5 years. To the next one, and to each new thread we can unlock. As one story closes, may another one open. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. This is the end of Papihos. My name is Jacob Collins, and I have been your Dungeon Master. I wish you a wonderful rest of your night. Have a great rest of it. I love you. Take care.